Good morning. This is Seeker the Scuffed coming at you live with Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. It has been a few days, and I really am tired. I wasn't just gone because I was doing nothing. I had lots of stuff to do, and now I'm finally back, and we should be able to get back to regularly doing this. So let's hop right back into this trial, or rather, I suppose, into it for the first time, since last time we just finished up the investigation. I don't think I remember all of it, so we'll check over the court record real quick. And then we'll see how my voice does, because it's not feeling all that great. Okay, lyric sheet describing the crime. Yep. The thing that Apollo should not have signed without reading. I don't know why this is important yet. I assume it's going to be translated, that bit at the bottom, and then it will be important. Nothing was notable about this. Or this, just that it... Wow, we really don't have a lot going for it in terms of evidence, eh? Well, let's get started. Let's see if I can remember any of these voices. Man, my voice really isn't going well. I feel like it was just cracked just now. You gotta drink of water before we start. Court is now in session for, how do I say that? Machi Tobaye, Your Honor. The Pixie of the Arpeggio. Right, his trial. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK, Herr Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. Ah, my opening statement, yeah? No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? Eh? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial. The Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with a most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. Ah. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be in the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that? What are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly. You're in luck, Herr Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case, Romain Letouce, age 35, the global manager for Diva Songstress Lemira. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. Well, we gotta check that out. 45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? Let's see. Anything notable? Not really. Just a bit of wiggle room for the prosecution to argue that he didn't die immediately, or that he did die immediately. A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to his body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering. Okay. We got the photo now, that's good. 2 shots were fired. One shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see. The court accepts this evidence. If we're talking about a .45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use. Really? Yeah, apparently weapons like that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. The dressing room only has one entrance, the door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. He's talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet, when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible! Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobaye. Only this defendant could have committed the crime, but how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime seem to make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. Your name and profession, please. Emma Skye. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was couldn't even stop a murder. No, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony, if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. All right. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's requests. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. It was lucky that a detective was first on the scene. But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. Man, I'm still tired. Now let's see, where do we want to start with this? Let's start with the shots. I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting, I was eating snackoos. Ah, hey, no snacking in the court. And you're sure the shots came from Lemira's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Ah, thanks. So, how about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that much. Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Ah, a gulp. An audible gulp. Here we go. The return after so long. Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I feel like it was a bad gulp, but, you know, it's fine. Well, I feel like this is pretty important here. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there's only one exit from the room, that door. The small window was only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of it, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility: the air vent. Oh, but the air vent was too small. Who could possibly? Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only person who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant? The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there, you should know, Herr Forehead. And there was another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found in the air grill. Oh man, bad pronunciation. Traces that it had recently been opened. Oh, wait, what? And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant, Machi Tobias' fingerprints. What? What? Oh, you know, I suppose I can actually scream today. Yeah, I could. Well, I don't think I will. We'll keep it somewhat consistent with all the other streams. Order! 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 That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Herr Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one passed through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie. Did I read that wrong? I feel like I read that wrong. Either that was just a really weird turn of phrase. Oh, okay. Only one could pass. That's what I messed up. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was whooping it up out in the audience. So, this was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I know the circumstances under which the body was found. I was there. Oh man. I feel like I'm gonna fall asleep. An examination of the crime scene was enough to nail down the killer? I'm sure they have a good reason. They must have a good reason to arrest Machi. And I'm gonna find out what it was. Let's see. Rock? Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? That's right. When we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They pipe sound from the stage into the backstage through the speakers. That way, people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always had the backstage monitors at full volume. When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear that music playing, then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. Let's see, what? Well, do we just have to press everything? I suppose we probably do. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was a detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, and when they come from rock gods... Well, even when they come from rock guards. Bleh. Man, I'm so bad today. We gotta get back into the groove of things. We've almost finished this game up. Let's finish off strong. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you see? You might say. The stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys, that whole morning, no, that whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show, I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hands, that makes you a prime suspect. Love, slow acting and new. Atroquain is waiting for you. He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen, so I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. I see, I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands? I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit. I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. It can't be over already. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. The defense has no contradicting evidence. The prosecution has presented our proof, clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain. Apollo, they got us on the ropes already. I'm sorry, I have to know. That is horrible. I mean, I see why he's repeating himself, but that just does not roll off the tongue well. We'd better come up with something quick. I know. Think, what can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that... Mr. Justice? Do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you had better tell us about it now. This is it, and so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof? Let's see. What do we have? I mean, he was shot in the back. And also Machi is blind. But I'm not sure what they want. And I can't talk to him either because he doesn't speak English. Well, we'll try calling a witness. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to the crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Atroquain, My Love. There he goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness. Also, I feel like I'm pronouncing that wrong. Atroquinine, that's how it is. Okay. Oh, really now? But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... Ugh. He's alive. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is... Siren. You know, the flashbacks are actually useful for once, considering how long it's been since I played. What? The victim said this before he died? Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what Herr Forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. But it's the truth, he said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignore me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. There's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. Well, to be honest, I think it's Machi, because he said witness can't see, and, you know, he's blind. But we'll go with what the game wants. Lamira. Lamira? Recall Mr. Lutus's last words. The witness is Siren. The Siren. Aha! He meant the Siren. That's right, the Siren of the ballad, Lamira. Lamira was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime. Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please, show Lamira to the witness stand. Lamira would say nothing of the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her, no matter what it is. Oh man, that was quick. Not even like a date and time. It is my distinct honor to welcome the Siren of the Ballad to our courtroom. Oh, what voice did I give her? You are too kind. Ah, you can speak English? Yes, yes I can. Though I'm not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language. Nor where I studied it. Huh? What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lamira suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? Lamira is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought! As lauded singer Lamira, she lives a good life. There was little difficulties for her, thanks to her success, yet I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamira. Thank you. What? Why did he say that? Alright. Yet there is something I do not understand. I'm being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lamira, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify, yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo, you're the bad guy. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. What? Did I read that wrong? No, I didn't. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. Man. I did not do that very well. I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat, and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be. Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. Lamira wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime.
She must know something, and I've got to find out what. But you must have seen something. Mr. Latouche named you. Mr. Latouche? How can I tell you what I don't know? Mira, he said you were a witness with his dying words. I do not know what he meant to say, but that night... Right, let's see. Wow, why did I press that? I don't need to press this. It was a great concert. You heard me sing? Thank you. I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually. Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. One on my gavel would be nice. Herr Judge? What's this?
It's my autograph.
Now keep this trial moving. What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy.
Apparently his grandson is a big fan.
Let us continue, shall we? If you would, Lemira. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance.
I'm yawning so much.
I mean, this is not my usual time for streaming, obviously. I should be sleeping right now, but here I am. This is the thing I wanted to press.
You did not return backstage once? Where were you? What were you doing? I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing. And was Machi with you at the time? Unfortunately, I do not know where he was. So much for an alibi for Machi.
Let's see.
With Machi, correct? How was he then? He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Latouche's death. Yet, he is not the type to show much emotion.
Yes, he's given the place no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak in nothing. Oh, man, I'm so consistently bad today. Maybe I should have just gone to sleep. The questioning hasn't gotten very far.
He sat there waiting. How was the incident explained to you? I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Latouche died.
Of course, investigations require some security.
But Mr. Latouche was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Machi and I were beside ourselves with concern.
Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you.
Yes, I understand. Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony? It's hard to imagine Lemira lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What did she tell me on the night of the murder?
Well, clearly we have some evidence. I'm not sure what, though. Oh, right, I forgot I had this. Here we go.
I'm sorry, Lemira, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not?
What? Why? That's Lemira's. She was wearing it for her song.
Care to add to that testimony, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
This brooch was found after the murder took place. At the very scene of the crime.
What?
Lemira, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And, as Prosecutor Gavin just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night.
What is the meaning of this? Lemira, please explain.
Lemira?
Beep 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 bop. She says, English is quite difficult.
Well, that trick's not gonna work here.
Beep 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 beep. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer truly. But You have missed one important fact.
What now?
Beep 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 bop boop boop. In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment.
What?
Beep beep. Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak.
She really sang all that? What you talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred. Ah, is she talking about that? Watch this room for me. I had to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Hold, I'm not reading this again. Dude. This...
Yipes, Bama? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now?
Huh? No?
Could have sworn I heard a door close.
I looked into the room.
Just a glance, mind you.
So this is when your brooch dropped? That explains that.
It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it. But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch?
Hair forehead. She has raised the possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. So she looked in at the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go to the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Hair forehead shouting, who's there, no doubt. Horrible voice indeed.
Ah. I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let me mute for a second. Alright, I'm back. Let's return to your testimony.
That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamira, you did look into the room though, right?
Yes?
Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment.
Perceive. Nope, can't see your hands. Let's see. I assume it's gonna be something with her eye.
Gotcha!
Do I have to actually look specifically at what was happening? Because I just went over the part of the dialogue that I knew was wrong. I suppose we're about to find out.
You may have seen the world, but I've seen your heart. You were flustered during your testimony just now. I do not understand what it is you're saying. Perhaps this is a joke in your culture? She doesn't seem very flustered to me, Apollo. Maybe I got that one wrong. I have to look harder. I'll find that weak spot.
Okay, I actually do have to find it. Right. What could she be moving, though? I mean, the only thing that is moving is her mouth. I didn't see her eyes move at all. I really can't see anything. Do I just get this option on, like, things that don't have tells? I suppose it's possible. Here, let's go back for a second. Do I have, like, this option available now and everything? I do. I see, I see.
Oh, I can't believe I did this. There is a new bit of dialogue here. I'm supposed to do it on this. Okay. I can't believe I missed this. Can I see your hands? No. Which means it's probably gonna be like an eye twitch or something. Huh. What is it? I really have no idea. Better presser on it? Maybe. I think I just have the ring available from now, the bracelet available from now on. A wall? Was there a wall there? Beep boop beep beep. Is what in English? A division, or partition, I believe. It was a large dressing room divided in two halves, and the murder took place inside the half. I guess that partition might have hidden the body. Huh. Man, this is actually tough. Well, we can't be getting stumped 30 minutes in. Yeah, I guess he would be behind the partition from there. Huh. Well, he wasn't dead quite yet, was he? Maybe is that why her, like, mouth stopped moving? It is. Oh, it's her throat. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Dang, that was subtle. The late Mr. Tatus's body, you say? Yes? You know something more about Mr. Latus's death than you are saying. What? I could see you trying not to remember. But the effort you made to swallow. You can't fool my eyes. It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? One moment, Lemira. Yes? What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? Yes? She was hiding something, I knew it. Lemira, I'm afraid you haven't realized it yet, but your words just now contradict your testimony. Huh? How could that be? Take this! Lemira contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it. Is it the diagram? I think so, yeah. If I do not misunderstand the meaning of this contradiction, it is you who contradict, Mr. Justice. Huh? Your evidence is meaningless. Oh, no, that's wrong. Well, that's my first... Is that the first time I got something wrong, not by misclick so far? I think so. Man, this really... I hate this background so much. Let's see. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. Oh, well, okay, I guess now... Oh, no, that was... I hit the right thing. On accident. Okay. Tell me, Lemira, how did you know that he had been shot? Huh? Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is a document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court. No one told me anything about the incident. Ah. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot. How could you have known? Yeah.
Lemira, you aren't hiding something from the court. This court, I hope.
That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Ah, now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. All we want to know is the truth.
She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot.
Oh, okay.
Nope, stop. There we go. Well, the bullet holes are behind the door, so that means she came all the way into the room. Lemira, they call you the Siren of the Ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can't I be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lemira, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct? Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were in the wall. The door is on. Eh? You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Yeah.
Lemira?
Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you? I must tell you what it is that I saw?
Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Borginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Latouche died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lemira.
Very well. Lemira, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall. I was on my way home. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. Well, that's a pretty easy one.
So, you did witness the crime. And the killer was a grown person, you say?
Ah, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Herr Forehead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You're right about Lemira. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's gone wrong. So obviously the window thing is wrong because that window doesn't open all the way. Do I have anything that says that? No, I know. But also, she didn't explain how the brooch got in the room with this new testimony. What exactly is something like a little window? Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think that is how it is said, yes. You need not worry, Lemira. Your choice of words is impeccable. There's a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail? A little window on the wall. I saw the crime scene from there. Hmm. A grown person? That's a little vague. I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly, you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
It was a man. A young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice?
Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
So, you heard a voice, but wait.
Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche? Absolutely not. Did I not just say I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So, you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo! This is good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony?
Well, I think it's contradictory. Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lemira's testimony that rings false. And I really should be letting the prosecutor point this out, but, you know, that's not how this game works.
Heh, bravo, Herr Forehead. You're colder than I thought.
I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lemira has to be lying. I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting.
It is as Herr Forehead says, yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony.
What's next? What's he talking about?
Lemira, I understand why you would want to protect Machi, yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature. Become of such a creature. What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that?
I recall the state of the crime scene quite well.
The state of the room?
Yes, the little window was closed.
Yes, and when the murder took place,
that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it.
What? But I'm sure.
Lemira, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
So you say. And the victim named her the siren as the witness?
That's right.
That's what Mr. Latouche. We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility. And it brought us to this. Herr Judge? Yes? The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lemira can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence.
This cross-examination is over, Prosecutor Gavin. You may continue making your case.
Dunk.
Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I would like to hear from Fräulein Detective again.
Wait, let me hear Lemira's testimony one last time.
but the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as the need arises, this witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance.
At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Herr Forehead?
I hope I didn't just miss my only chance.
Fräulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me.
Mine is like saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Skye?
Humph. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latuse's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it.
That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved at the concert. The only one who meets our conditions for our killer is the defendant.
A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself. She does state a clear case. Though reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
The circumstances? Again? Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. She's right. Why did Mr. Latuse's body disappear from the room? And end up on top of that stage tower? Holding a guitar, no less.
A perceptive observation, Herr Judge. Ah, thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You get a nose for these things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Fräulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer?
I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lemura's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lemura's song?
Yes, the guitar's serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not?
Its code?
All events that day followed the lyrics of our song. First, the keys to my heart were held on to so tightly were stolen.
Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latuse's life was taken by a bullet.
The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, up together to the sky. That's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale.
I admit I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting the songs, but killing? It's a wild world out there, Herr Judge. Very well. We've heard one song and dance, let's get on to the next one. A cross-examination.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing.
You know, I am very, I am struggling to stay awake at this point. Let's at least try to finish up this section of trial at least. Let's see, what do we got?
What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would have been difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Very. Assuming that the shooter could Assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Machi, he can't see. That's why he missed. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed.
I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see.
Oh, how so?
Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim.
That's certainly possible.
And it might have been the revolver's fault.
The revolver?
The revolver was a very large caliber, correct?
If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder.
Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobae, is, as you can see, tiny. Not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw him off his aim.
A convincing argument, to be sure.
Aha, take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Machi being tiny. And the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it? Oh. It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fräulein Detective.
Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony.
Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude that the shooter was blind. That really is a leap of logic, but let's see, what do we have here to contradict it? What about the keys? I mean, obviously the keys isn't what's important here, but we still don't know why they're there. Did the bullet enter through the back and then travel to the front? Or did it enter in the front and travel through the back? I feel like this is very important. I think it came in from the back. Huh. Okay, let's just press. You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof, per se. Huh? You've merely raised a possibility. Fräulein Detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there was more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent. But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? Ah, a very good point. Well, Fräulein Detective, if you would care to explain. He certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene if you would. There's a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Wait, why? What do you mean? Why did he say that? Okay. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobae. He would have known that there would be a way out at the top of the stepladder. But why is this the first time I'm hearing about this?
You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what the stepladder was doing there. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, Herr Forehead? Out of ammunition, perhaps?
I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know, we need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have evidence that can prove that, though? I don't think I do. I can't think of anything that proves the shooter could see. Their face does not exactly project confidence. Maybe you should just accept it and move on? Apollo, grow a backbone.
Very well, the witness may continue her testimony.
I couldn't even get a word in edgewise. This doesn't look so good, does it, Apollo? No, it doesn't. What do we do? First, we don't panic, even though Machi's case is leaking water by the gallon. Gavin's on a roll, and it's up to me to stop him.
Do I really have nothing that would prove that he could see?
Who would steal a body just to match some lyrics? I didn't believe it myself, but it can't just be a coincidence.
It is as the Fräulein detective says. Let us begin with the first verse, if you would, Fräulein detective.
What? You want me to sing it?
You are the witness, yeah? Or did you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as a vocalist is not trivial.
Fine. Let's look at the first part of the lyrics, shall we? When you stole away the keys my heart held on to so tight. Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped keyring was stolen that morning. Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheet, where we find burning on in my heart, fire burned my love away, all away. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Mr. Latouse's life was taken by a bullet.
Bravo, Fräulein detective. You're singing. It's not bad.
Now for the finale.
Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Latouse was found with a guitar high in the sky over the stage. No series of coincidences could be so well conceived.
He's right, scientifically speaking. What would Wakiev said? That concert was whack. It's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that. Anyway, the shooter... But Mr. Latouche spoke English. He may have some connection. He may have come to this country before. I looked into that, I assure you. Oh. It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently he learned English on his own. Great.
You see,
No one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion.
It does not seem difficult to imagine.
Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt.
What did you say? Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song?
Of course not, and I am quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music. They're even in my textbook at school. And I never even heard of them. What does it say about me? I was just kidding, don't get all worked up, Glamour Boy. Well, I guess that's the only thing I haven't pressed, so I should probably do it. Does the prosecution have any idea why he'd do all this? You want my scientific opinion? No clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all that trouble. Some deep reason. A deep reason. Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts, even if he had a reason, and worse if he had none. That diva's complaints aside, I just can't imagine someone doing this on just a whim. Fräulein Detective, I take offense at that description.
Indeed, it does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say.
Yes, this crime was planned for sure. Well, I guess the only opening I have is this last one, where I had to figure out what evidence proves that the shooter could see. What could it be, though? Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, Herr Forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claims that the defendant couldn't see, or that the shooter couldn't see.
Huh. I mean, I suppose it could be the brooch. But no, it's not. It's just has nothing to do with the shooter. What would it be? I feel like the only thing it could be is a crime photo. Or the diagram. But I have not the slightest clue as to which one it is. Huh. Okay, we'll just go through this one by one. It's not the attorney's badge, obviously. It's not the lyrics, because this does not relate to the identity of the shooter. It's not the investigation request for the same reason. Not the postcard for the same reason. The revolver and the brooch are possibilities since they were at the crime scene. The mixing board is unrelated. The keyring was at the crime scene. The autopsy report. No. Okay, so it's the diagram, the crime photo, the brooch, or the revolver.
Hmm. 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 I mean, I guess he was shot in the back. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna try the crime photo first, I think. No, we're gonna wait. No, so the bullets traveled through his back to his front because where the bullet holes are in the wall. Oh man. Then what is it exactly? It's not just the gun, is it? I think it's the diagram to show that there was a struggle or something. I don't know. Okay, that's the wrong evidence. Well, we should probably save just in case we lose here. Huh. What if I present the diagram here? No, that's not it. What is it? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Alright. What could it possibly be? I'm truly stumped here. We're gonna be here for a while, so forgive my silence, please.
I mean, could it be the brooch since he saw the brooch on the floor and left it? No, there's no way. I don't think it's the crime photo. Last time we printed the diagram, right? We'll try the crime photo. Why not? That's wrong. Oh, that is it. Oh, okay. This is the evidence.
The photograph of the scene of the crime?
I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor. The crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point.
Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice.
The contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
Okay, what is it actually? Is it the writing? Is it that he has keys in his hand, or is it that the bullet wound is on the back? I'm going to say it's the writing, since that seems to be the most obvious thing.
The contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstains.
I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court.
It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha, I get it. At least I think I get it.
Get what, Fräulein?
When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here.
That does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat, I just wish I wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I. No one has anything else to say?
About what?
So the prosecution accepts this. You agree that this was the victim attempting to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this: how did the killer know that the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw that it was. Wait.
Once he saw what it was?
But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Ah! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machi Tobai, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see, yet up until now.
It seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't. And he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock. With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fräulein detective, if I may. What? Tell me. Why do you think that Machi Tobai is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course? He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lemira lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobai. According to this, Machi Tobai can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. But you said... What did I say exactly? Forehead. Not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did that was Fräulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Machi Tobias sees, and he was the only one who could have fled to the air vent. I see no problem with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Herr Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was because of the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your projection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, Herr Forehead. Now, there's a lot of screaming in this trial, huh? I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out.
If we can please end the bickering now.
Whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solve this case if it kills me.
But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant.
Don't say that. Aha! Aha, what? This bloodstain? The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood.
Ah, yes, we have done those tests. Have we done those tests yet?
Ha, as if I'm gonna tell you.
The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now.
Ooh. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh, I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it.
Oh, I skipped over part of it.
Simple. A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere.
Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it.
Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press A to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hands are shaking. Let's just do this. Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206206. Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is, if the killer was a robot.
Aha, I have it. So, what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like this? Good show, Fräulein Detective. Rock on. Eh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check in to this Interpol ID number.
Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number really is that of an Interpol agent...
Oh, wait, I know. What if Mati Tobai is really an undercover Interpol agent?
That would be a possibility. A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as a killer for certain.
Why did Mr. Latouche know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know.
Well, we have some time while we await Darian's report. let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? The curious mystery concerning Machi Tobae.
What are you talking about?
Fräulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you.
You had me until that last bit.
Does this not raise a rather straightforward question?
Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see?
Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, Herr Forehead? I think it was a publicity stunt. Sort of like Lemira not being able to speak English, supposedly.
Huh? Me?
Machi Tobae pretended he was blind. Do you know why?
How could he? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on this whole time.
Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? You know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else.
What does that have to do with anything?
There was a reason why Machi Tobae pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now?
It wasn't for himself?
Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness?
Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means... No, it couldn't be.
Good show, Herr Forehead. It seems you thought of something.
Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see.
It's this, right? That is... Lemira?
Lemira and Machi Tobae. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lemira and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She would lead him at all times, never letting go.
At all times,
Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time?
Well, wasn't it part of their, performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all time. At all. That could only mean one thing. Really? Really. It was all the other way around. One who needed to be led by hand was Lemira.
What's this? So you mean to say that Lemira is... she's...
Yes, Your Honor. Lemira is blind.
What? What? Order! 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 This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin.
Is it now?
Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain, this time. He's quite correct. But that makes no sense.
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something?
Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lemira herself? I believe she is still the witness in the witness waiting room.
Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me, I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now.
Bailiff, bring in Lemira. Lemira, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please, do not be concerned on my behalf.
Those eyes. She really can't see? Really?
It is true.
How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world.
So you are...
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lemira. Know too that my memories began in darkness. The world, light, The word light had no meaning for Lemira.
I see.
You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of this trial, Herr Forehead. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate that this crime had no direct witnesses. Ah. Now, Lemira, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So, silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize, it was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret, no matter what. No, that's not how contracts work. You do not use your contract to, refuse to testify in a trial where your eyesight is incredibly important. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would.
She told us the truth in the beginning.
She said she saw nothing.
Very well. Does the defense have anything to add?
I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware that this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. That is stupid.
Okay, there's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. What part? Alright, well, we'll start here. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew, and that's what's been bugging me.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. Ugh. I'm not reading this again. No, stop it. Bad. Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. Tisk, tisk. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness, Siren? We've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense.
I remember them well myself, but that statement is not what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before? What came before that? Ah!
That's right. He tried to tell you.
When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see.
Too bad the defense did not. Well, Hair Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Ah!
Order, order. Recall Lemira's earlier testimony.
I'm not reading this again. Nope.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important point here.
Hmm?
The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? Ah. But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We've already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant.
Your Honor? What is it, Bailiff? Can't you see we're in a session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation?
Ah, the Interpol numbers that Mr. Latouche left us.
Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPX-314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So, when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity, and a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent, so him being Lemira's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that .45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on that revolver matched. So, the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent would have such a large revolver. So, the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's got to tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait!
Lemira, is something the matter?
That voice just now. Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was him?
You aren't saying... That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fire. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. Is this some kind of joke? What? No way. The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lemira fingering Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lemira heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no wimping out now, Apollo.
Man, you know, as rough as my speaking has been so far, this is a pretty good trial.
Oh, and at looks like we're going into investigation. Am I gonna be able to stay awake through all this? I don't know. Okay, well, you know what? We can take a short break. That'll help me wake up. Let's see, where's my break time screen? There it is. Perfect. So with that, I'm going to take a brief break. Maybe run around a bit. See if I can keep myself awake. And then we'll come back and do the investigation. Who knows, maybe we'll finish this entire trial today in this one sitting. Or maybe I'll make a second stream later on at my usual time. Who knows? But I'll be back with that. Yeah. All right, I'm back. And I'm feeling quite a bit more awake now. Just a bit of stretching does wonders, it turns out, for trying to stay awake. Though I already knew that, I suppose. So let's head on to this next chapter. Not next chapter, but next segment of the trial of the chapter that we're currently in. Oh, I accidentally turned my volume down. Let me fix that. There we go. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, score would you give it? Score? Gee. I guess I would, or maybe, well, but I'm just as bad as you. See? It's so vague. Clearly. Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked... Oh, I'm not doing a flashback from, like, a minute ago? Come on. And the victim, Mr. Latouche. Who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lemira told the whole court. Wait. Oh, stop it. Don't do that. I did not take an entire day break between these scenes. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. White up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top-secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got to help me help you. We'll be fine. Fine. Right. Well, time's wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Well, let's examine this photo, because I feel like... So I don't remember what brooch the guy we saw had, but, Trucy has diamond, I think. This guy has club. I feel like that guy probably also had club, because I think it's the same guy, probably. A faded photograph showing one of Trucy's favorite magicians. She talks to it daily for good luck, I hear. Ah, I almost forgot. I hope I become a famous Grand Magician. Oh, and I hope Apollo becomes an Ace Attorney. There, all done. I suppose if you're going to talk to an inanimate object, the photo isn't so bad. That's less like a talking, more like wishing. Yeah, let's talk to her. Lemira dropped a bomb in court yesterday. It was Darian. Lemira said she's never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that thing called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow, I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe. At Darian even? Well, maybe at Darian even? You bet I did. He is one of the Gaviner's guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the Gaviners have rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage. But Lemira heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or very badly lying. Or lying very badly here. An Interpol agent, I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them International Police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lemira? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal, really, she couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember that I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with the something. That something being our case, the last something I mean. Something like that. Huh? Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to? Okay, before we do this dialogue, I just want to say, here's what I think. I think that Darian was there, and I think that the magician guy was taking his place on stage, and that's why he messed up. Ah, ha 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 ha. Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Oh, this guy has hearts, I see. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grammire! Hey, the other day! I'm not reading the flashback. There we go. I skipped something on accident. We meet again! Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? It's you, Uncle Valent! Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Grammire, Valent Grammire. The Grand Magician.
Yes, it is I, the great Valent Grammire, I have seen on television.
And could you please stop smirking like that?
It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown.
Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit?
I believe it was you who wished to see me. So, be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear your sight, I'm quite down to earth when the need calls.
He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean my real daddy. Trucy's real father?
Okay.
Wait, Apollo, don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammire. Troop Grammary? Oh, is it Grammary?
Hold on, let me actually read it. Grammary. Oh, okay. I guess it's almost Grammary.
Troop Grammary? No. But it does sound kind of familiar.
Oh, lost life! Lamentably listless lad! To not know the great troop of magicians, the greatest troop of magicians on the planet!
Valent Grammary. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard of that name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all of this gold disappear from a safe. And then escaped from a high-security prison. You said he's a magician?
I opened the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grammary.
Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like, a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammary.
Yes, Zack. Zack Grammary. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship.
Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. Daddy? Huh, no way!
Once upon a time, Troop Grammary included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valent Grammary, and my partner, Zack Grammary.
And this Zack was... He was my real daddy. Trucy's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it, now that he's gone. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days.
I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit.
Reasons?
Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent.
I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you?
Oh, not one for modesty, are you?
When I encountered you at the Colosseum, the first time in 7 years, I could not feign my contain... No, I could feign not contain my emotions. I wept oceans.
Oh, Man, this guy actually tripped me up. I'm surprised. Hold on a second. There we go. I think that should be better.
I could feign not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend the poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually.
My other reason for coming here today was this.
That's a videotape?
Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I've brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Gramarye. Will you watch it?
Are they gonna make me watch this whole thing? I think it's gonna make me watch the whole thing. Well, I'll just be quiet then. Actually, I suppose I need to rework my little theory I had. So clearly the magician did not take Darian's place. The magician was just here on staff to do this trick. But someone definitely did take Darian's place. That much is, like, indisputable to me, because he messed up his cue, and he argued that he didn't. So, who could have been there? I'm not sure yet. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious? There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. Ha 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 ha! This is Valent Gramarye. This Valent Gramarye has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at the concert. So I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lemira vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded.
A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you.
So that's why you were at the concert?
Yes, I was there to watch my trick take to the air.
So you're the one who knows how it was all done?
Of course, I am like a deity, with my stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is as potent primeval power I possess.
Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now! Trucy, that's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not.
Mine own, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also
what?
Recall the terrible occurrence happened later. Oh wait. Recur that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Don't even ask. I won't answer.
Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on?
I, Valence Gramarye, now make my leave, Miss Druzy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Valent. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene.
So, you'll be at the concert venue today?
Correct. If you would call upon me, come to the Colosseum. See you later, Crocodile.
With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned away and walked out through the door. Normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valent Gramarye. We've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lemira disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father.
So, this is definitely Trucy's real father. I think that's quite clear at this point. Does she have anything to say about it? I noticed that there's no check mark.
So, this photo is of your father, Trucy? Someday I'll be as good as a magician as Zach Gramarye. You'll see. No wonder she's so devoted to her art. You should have seen him on stage, Apollo. He made things disappear right and left. Poof, poof, poof. Until he even made himself disappear. Cool, huh? Yeah. Is that how it really happened?
Okay, so who has the spades then? Spades are usually considered special among the suits. We're not gonna get, like, Apollo or Wright in a magician outfit, are we? No, that would be... Well, I guess we could get Wright in a magician outfit. That'd be a bit odd, though. Maybe a spade will be a character in the next chapter. Yeah, that seems most likely. Next chapter is the last one, after all. And if the spade was ever going to show up, it would be then.
Maki may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Maki Tobae can see.
We still can't speak his language.
Ah, Maki! Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forgot. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings, but since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need some time to complain, if you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me.
I can talk to him.
So, what did you think of the trial today? Whew, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Maki might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? Oh, the bracelet. I'm glad Lemira testified. What a great person. She even got Maki off the hook by naming him another suspect. Darian of the Gaviters, the detective. Wonder if Maki knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey, what is it, Apollo? I think he understands English.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here.
No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know, Maki. He doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Maki lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to bring him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Maki. Okay. I don't think I have any evidence right now. Okay, yep, don't got anything. Okay, here we go. We'll go to, the Colosseum. Find that evidence to make him talk. Oh, we actually get to go to the outside now. Why is there a blimp? Huh. Alright. Whoa, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation? Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough of that at home, thanks. Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it onto the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. Then you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. I don't think I need to examine anything here. Oh, the blue badger. Yeah, the only thing I could know is the truck, but I can't inspect that. Okay, inside we go. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Lemira. I'm so sorry about today. There is nothing you need to apologize for. You are merely defending Maki. Are you okay? Alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh. You must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday, but how? That was quite a statement you made in court today. About hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime? I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Oh, I'm not doing the flashbacks. No, stop that. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment, I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Lemira. I was singing in a restaurant at Borginia. And he was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Maki pretending that he couldn't see? Ah. No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Maki. Pretending he couldn't see all the time and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a very smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Maki would never harm a soul. About Mr. Latouche. Ah, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So, you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition, as my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. The darkness that I fear is not the danger that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became Lemira. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Lemira is lost to me. But don't you think... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think that your past might be related to this case? No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lemira. I thank you. Maki too tells me often when I fear who I might have been.
Will she tell me how the trick was done?
We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician. Valiant Gramarye. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gramarye made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. Ah, I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. As far as the trick is concerned, before we move on, she just was lowered through the platform. It looks like that diamond on the center is a separate plate from the rest, and then she was, snuck underneath the audience up to the other one. Pretty simple. Yes, or at least I think that's what it is. I mean, I could be completely wrong, and then this confidence will turn into embarrassment, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was laying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What? What do you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to the Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? I think this is the thing that's going to let us figure out that Maki speaks English. That's probably going to be his. What? Oh, headset attached to Trucy. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Okay, let's move. I don't think the dressing rooms will have anything important, but we'll check anyway. Oh. Where's number 1? Where's number 1? I see number 2. I see number 3. Where is 1? Okay, we'll just check these. The murder weapon. So it belonged to Mr. Latouche. Nothing makes normal revolvers look like water guns. Mr. Latouche was a big man. But how about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have had to be about his size? Hey, look, a part of the carpet has been torn up here. That's the part we did the luminol testing on in the court. Luminol, right. You know what I couldn't stop thinking? Who's going to pay for this carpet? As long as it's not us. Maybe the shooter? I guess it's true what they say. Crime doesn't pay. I would hope that carpet replacement costs weren't the only thing holding you back. Okay, I guess one must be in a different area. Huh. Nothing new here. That song. Isn't that the one Lamiro was singing? Yeah, you're right. The Guitar Serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication.
Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy! And indeed it is!
Uncle Valent! What exactly are you doing here?
I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss.
The Lamira teleportation illusion, ooh!
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troupe. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remember that fair lady's melancholy melody.
Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valent can shed some light on this whole thing for us.
Oh, I don't see a number one here. Alright.
I was wondering about the show then, the night of the murder. Lamira's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed, the Purple Prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear, like a dream."
Like a dream.
Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. Wait, does this stage not have traps or something?
She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have to use some sort of secret tunnel.
People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for time and place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the mid-nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of the Troupe Gremory are concerned.
So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well?
And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos... That piano over there troubles me.
It troubles you? Why?
Why? Why do you ask why?
I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks.
I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Gremory, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort?
Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that, and he makes a good guess. And he made a good guess.
It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifi Gremory. Oh, is this Spades? Oh, it is Spades. I see it. Okay, so we have all four of them now. It was he who began the Troupe Gremory. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was.
I do have a vague memory of something like that on TV.
Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard, the TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion.
Well, that's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble.
We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gremory, but for my partner.
Your partner? You mean
Yes, Zack Gremory.
Trucy's father?
Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gremory in the show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Gremory. Our founder, Magnifi Gremory, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How I made that whole jumbo jet go, what was it happened to the jet again? Apparently, someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought.
Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zack and I had the talents. In no time at all, Valiant and Zack were the shining stars in Gremory Crown.
Cool, huh? And Zack Gremory was my daddy.
Now that Magnifi and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Gremory, who brings the Gremory miracle back to the big stage.
I'm rooting for you.
Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side.
One skill, coming up. How do we manage to get off the topic of this case so quickly all the time?
Let's check out the piano.
That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. Heh, you should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. I kind of feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again.
Oh, one of them sets off the trick, I see.
You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh. Look, this was stuck in the strings. It looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano.
Oh, okay, I guess they weren't using the piano to set off the trick, someone else had it and they threw it. Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is the stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye.
True, you're getting on in 2 years. Not much time left to make your mark, huh?
This is not how I was seeing it.
So he doesn't care about what I had to show him. I get the point.
Does he have anything to say about the headset?
Nope.
Okay, we'll be on our way then.
Do you think you could tell me about this?
Nope.
Oh, maybe I should have shown...
I've already forgotten his name. But our magician friend, I should show him the headset probably. Or I think I just tried this and then I just immediately forgot. Alright, well, the point is I don't get anything out of it. Let's see our little report. Valiant Gremory, age 44. He's actually not that old. Alright. Let's see then. I can't examine the stage, can I? No. Let's go try talking to our client real quick. See if I can present the headset to him, get something out. Beep, 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 beep.
I think he said, I am so sorry I cannot speak your language. You are very beautiful, fair maiden. This is why I never trust a translator.
Nope, okay. Huh.
I mean, I guess I can do the last talking. So, Maki, you can see, right? Maki can see and Lemira can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think that we're going to get any information out of Maki. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Okay, well, I guess I have to actually go find something. Where? There's not much, like, not many places to go here. You know, I'd probably just inspect this, right? Can I press it? The switch sitting here is tempting me to push it. Don't. You might blow up the whole Colosseum. Apollo, please. To think that every strange switch trigger is a bomb. That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it in our busy times. Alright, Trucy PI, please enlighten me. What do you think the switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room. A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. "10-4 that, little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in, over." Why the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensic investigations. You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos. Huh. What am I missing? This was the window where Lemira saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way. Oh, maybe it's not Maki's. Maybe it's Darian. Or maybe Latouche who was wearing it? I mean, Latouche does have an earpiece. Huh. Nope. Where to now? Oh, here we go. I was wondering about the stunt in the video, right in the middle of the song. I didn't see a stunt. Oh, that? Oh, no, I've already done this. Okay, what is it then? Wait, isn't this the exact same dialogue we had in the Anything Agency? What is it then? Ugh. Look at all the electronics. They must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you just want to fiddle with them? Oh no, I've had this is the same dialogue as last time I inspected it. What is new? Do I just have to present everything to him to figure it out? Probably. That seems silly. No. Oh, there we go.
Pardon me? I have no money if that's what you want.
No, I was just, never mind. When he looked at the revolver, what was that? It was almost as if he had seen one before. Maybe he wasn't too happy about it. Oh, okay. Just a funny little interaction, I guess, and some foreshadowing. Let's see. Just keep presenting until we find something. Well, I guess there's nothing with him. Let's move on then. Alright, I already presented this. What am I doing? Okay, nothing here. I feel like I must have missed something when investigating. There's nothing in here. Maybe the speaker? The speaker here is the same as the one in Lemira's room. I wonder if this one was blaring as loud as hers. I don't see a volume control anywhere in this room. My guess is they give all the rooms equal treatment. You mean equal punishment? Alright. I'm still bothered by the fact that I don't know where little number 1 is. Oh, I see it. It's the body. It's covered up by the court record sign, or button. Well, I suppose that makes sense. In that case, there's nothing in here for me to inspect. What do I do then? Well, I guess it's just time to present everything to Amachi. No, I'm not gonna do that. There's no reason to. That's just gonna be the same thing for all of them, right? Where do I go? What do I do? Can't inspect him. Yeah, there's nothing here outside. Man. The second time this trial has stumped me, and it's in the investigation. That's supposed to be the easy part. Huh. Maybe there's something on the stage that I was supposed to inspect? I don't know. I'll just examine everything, I guess. Yep, that's the same as last time. That's the ladder we used to climb up the stage tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon. Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know? I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. Still can't believe we found Maki and Mr. Latus up on top of the tower. Yeah, I guess it's not... I used to not like high places, but now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found the dead body closer to the ground. Though, that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too. Huh, no kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know? Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. Yeah, there's nothing here. Am I actually gonna have to look up a guide? Can I press the button if I'm in here? No. Oh man, this sucks. There's nowhere for me to go. No one for me to talk to. I've presented just about everything to everyone, other than Maki, obviously. And I need to find proof that he can see. Or not see, proof that he can talk. And unfortunately, in this game, I cannot I cannot present people character profiles. We found Maki Tobia's fingerprints on that air vent. What's with that long face? It's a little lackluster, you know? Lackluster? I mean, using the air vent is so obvious. No audience is going to pay good money to see a trick like that. Things must have looked different through a magician's eyes. It'd be much cooler if the killer got out through that tiny window. Don't go there, you might get your head stuck. Well, as unfortunate as this is, I think I think I've officially been stumped. Yeah. Man, I'm gonna have to look up a guide. Alright, here I go. Let's see, Apollo Justice, what was this, Chapter 3? Dun dun dun, dun dun. Let's see. What am I missing? Oh, you're kidding me. That's it? That's what I missed? I have to present the headset to her? I am extremely upset with myself and the game. That is dumb. Did I really never do this? I thought... Okay. Can I ask you about this headset, Lemira? You said that all concert staff are wearing one? That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on staff had one, of course. And all of the band members too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too, then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. You'd think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here? Okay, well, since we did that, we should have new options. Nope. I assume someone new appeared somewhere, so we're gonna check all the rooms. Even if it takes forever. Ah, here we go. Ah, it's Emma. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with that, with such venom. That's a weird adjective to use, or... Well, I guess it's not really an adjective here, is it? Well, it's a weird way of describing her. Well, you know it is an adjective here. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever? Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstained Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche really was with Interpol. Was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snack ears popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. You're not going to find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. It makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lemira's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was that what you said in court today? Was that true, what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The Guitar Serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key was stolen. Then Lemira flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latouche's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence, I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this? I don't know. Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. So, what did you find? It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a Beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electric signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. It looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press this switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing the switch. Yeah! Ouch. It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Ah! Well, now we know what this is, an igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that, I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose, at least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about the switch, now that she has some first-hand experience. Okay, so, new idea. The switch was probably in the piano to begin with, right? Now, I don't remember the song and how it lined up with the choreography, but it was probably placed in a note that would only be hit after Gavin had been elevated. And the igniter, of course, was in his guitar at the time. So, Maki unintentionally triggered the fire. I suppose someone else could have had it. No, but it needs to be within 30 feet, and the thing's 15 feet in the air. Yeah, I think that's the most likely explanation. Unless Darian did it, and that's why he was off. His timing was off, but I'm still under the impression that Darian wasn't there to begin with. Wait, no, what am I talking about? The fire happened in the second act. Darian being missing is a thing from the third. So I guess Darian could have just had it during the second act. Alright, let's do discussion to see what we have to say. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it's just a few sparks. Says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here with just you two talking. Anyway, now we know that this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Oh, I thought you were going to fingerprint it or something. Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area... Let's see, 30 feet from Ramira's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage, but it does not cover the elevated tower. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. No, someone definitely used it on stage. Guess I'd be getting on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel bad just knowing what this thing is now. Oh, I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into light igniters a bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Oh, wrong button. Let's take a look at this. Okay, well, I guess there's nothing specifically for me to look at. Nope, nothing there. Let's see. Where to go? I doubt Lemira has anything to say about it. But we will try anyways. Ah, someone's here. What, come to laugh at the murderer? Darian! That old bag opens her pie hole, and bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darian isn't the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi is rock solid. Rock solid. So, about your alibi. You have to ask? The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. And found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me, too. Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Lemira's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? That's a bit of a weird way to say it. I think you might actually be the murderer. They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's as straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? I'm not doing the flashback, no. He's just a perfectionist, is all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have come from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi to him for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. And tell him I went into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating a humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had the choice. Ooh, we gotta look at his office. Doesn't really look like a prosecutor's office. I guess he just keeps all his prosecuting stuff on the floor, really. And that one filing cabinet he has. It's not even really a filing cabinet. You wouldn't have enough room to store papers vertically. Huh. So, this is it. The Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf and real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so he won't notice. What if he heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latouche. Latouche. Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like these when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hiya. Teehee. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough teehee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gavins? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today? Yes. I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, Hair Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song. Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about it. I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know. Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the radio phone? It is endless. Endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that a newspaper over there, too? Yes, the Borginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Borginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Borginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Lemira's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I imagine. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lemira was my invited guest, so it's a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it. You co-wrote it with Lemira, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I had gone to tour Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. Oh man, that was... Oh, I think that was the first notably bad delivery I had so far. I mean, everything else just has been... I mean, it's not obviously great, but it's consistent at least. And that's when you heard Lemira's voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's a sort of special case, Drucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there, backstage. Maki on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lemira. And the music history was made. Oh, man, I'm tripping over myself now. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this, and that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history. And it's only browned, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on the plate later for later consumption. That's gross, and also that's a really big piece of gum. You'd think a rock star could afford a fresh stick. Don't jump to any conclusions. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call. Yeah, do not flashback me, right? Come on, stop it. Bad. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one who's digging around for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? We'll get that dialogue in a second. Let's check, Can I check the key specifically? Nope. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's a guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of the... Well, I can't read that fast enough. I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How's that guitar tying to everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. Okay, that should be all in this room. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. Guitar befitting of a woman like Lamira. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Gorginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamira's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar, it's too bad it got burnt. What, are you not going to tell me what happened that was special about it? What were you saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an investigation of the guitar? There it is. That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what that's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sorts. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact. The examiner is busy with the evidence for the case now, however, so he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. That device looks strangely familiar. Let's check out the guitar real quick. Nothing inside of it. Oh. This was found in Mr. Latouche's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? A small lump, about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Latouche was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fräulein. Oh, if you don't want us to tell us, you could just say so. Man, stumbling over my words. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Borginia, but apparently there was a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Borginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Latouche went through all that trouble to become Lemira's manager. Just to come to this country and to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. Alright. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lemira. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Borginian. Now then, so clearly this is just bigger than it actually is in the illustration, so I take back what I said about that being a big piece of gum. Now, but with that being said, let's investigate this little lump of plastic. Any patterns? Oh, just a sample on it, because it's a fake. Is it a pill? I don't think so. Why would it be this colorful? But what else could it be? Let's present the ignition. The igniter. It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lemira's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Hair Forehead. Thanks. Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the, strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Hair Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to use to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with it. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fräulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look at when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Okay, here we go. I don't think presenting him the lump is going to do anything, but I guess we can try. Oh, nope, he's gone. Looks like Maki isn't questioning. Huh, the police must have a Borganian interpreter. That's no fair, I wish we could talk to him. I guess we'll just have to come back later if we want to see him. I guess so. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lemira is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lemira's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lemira went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help worry about her a little. I would assume she's at the stage. Oh, yeah. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yipes! Yipes! It was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lemira has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. Huh? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Oh, the case is closed. Like, something changed? Changed? Can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? She's not gonna be like dead and stuffed in here, right? I think that'd be a bit too dark for Ace Attorney. Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look. Where the case closes. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Oh, she isn't there. I don't think she's dead, though. Ah! Lamira! Lamira! Emma! We have to get Emma! Lamira was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Too many. Oh, she is dead. Dang. Oh, I guess she's just in critical condition. Emma, how's Lamira? Is she okay? Ah, you. Y'all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. Well, that's good to hear. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Oh, I just gave Emma Apollo's voice for a second. Lamira! Ah, Mr. Attorney. You were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room... You were hit? I knew. At that very moment, I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. No. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah! Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That's where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. So, I think at this point it's pretty clear that our murderer is in fact Darian. Because she probably has not gotten a clear sound of his footsteps yet. Since she's only heard him from the other side of the window and one time in court, presumably. And also he was there at the scene asking to get in. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult, and probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Lamira? The detective asked me this, too. And to her I gave the same answer I gave you. I do not know. Lamira, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Latouche was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in a secret identity. As an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean, you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know about the details, I'm sorry to say. I thought you said all in Borginia knew these. There's one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does, and is caught, they will be put to death. But to death? Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there was a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So, that's what he was up to? Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling. It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? Okay, here's what I think. So we just saw that Gavin has a special delivery thing available to prosecutors and presumably other people in the business that can transport things that are extremely fragile and sensitive to, like, humidity and such. So I think that our guy, Darian, is using that to smuggle, perhaps. Especially since someone is blocking the information from Gavin. There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Latouche had Lemira marked. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemira. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us, if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy, we're about to go get to the bottom of this. Machi, I came to talk to you about the case. Machi? Could you interpret for us, Lemira? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Beep 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 boop. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well... Is it this? I mean, I know I can't mess up here. I don't think it's this. I mean, the secret is that he can speak, right? Let's speak English specifically. If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction! A big one! Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Lemira, please, interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. and have them look into it. Oh, is he not actually able to talk? Is the secret the whole time just the cocoons? I've been a fool. We'll see. Beep boop. He asks you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Maki. Bop, boop beep boop. Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Boop boop. Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? Boop. The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? It must be some disease. Bebop. It's a cure for incuritis. A cure for incuritis? But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reason myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. Latus was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Maki... Maki, you weren't... He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. How old is he? 14, okay. Also, I think so, the judge, the Chief Justice's son, probably has incuritis, and that's what this is about. She said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Maki, are you a smuggler? Bop beep. Bop beep boop boop. He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Maki really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? Bop boop boop. I can't go home. Can't go home? Beep beep bop boop beep beep beep. I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon for Borginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. But... about the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Lucius's death? Beep beep boop. This meeting's over. Who is this? Ah, hello. Darian? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call for Maki from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call him back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait. I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Maki had to say. Apollo! And there can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow, in court. And look at that. We made it to the next checkpoint. Nice. Ah. Now, we are going to continue this. I'm going to stretch real quick. Okay, I'm ready to keep going. Here we go. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Oh, no, I'm not doing flashbacks from like 10 seconds ago. Come on. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Ah! What was that?
He is heard but unseen.
Who's talking? Valiant Gramarye exclaimed as he walked in through the door, normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant?
Ha 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 ha! A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon a stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Ooh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand Gramarye glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth.
A glamour?
A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell!
And there he goes. He sure seems happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or... Okay, let me read it. Or elephants. Or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So he was talking about what he saw at the concert. Lemira's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go?
Ah, excuse me, sir.
Yes?
The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Huh? Did something happen? This is a first.
It was by judge's request. Some urgent personal business.
Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas.
Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again.
The hospital?
I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning.
The Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. I would like to read about that.
Incuritus. Where have I heard that before?
Okay, can't actually read most of it. First case in country.
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page for me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can.
Okay, here we go. Big international scandal time. Ahem. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... how do you say this name again? Maki Tobae, our suspect fortissimo. Right, it's his trial in any case.
The defense is prepared, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready to rock.
Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No. Well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Incuritus, was it? That article said there was no known cure.
Herr Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
Well, I'm not doing the flashback. Stop that. Begone. Begone. Banish. Banish.
Exile. I curse thee, flashback. Begone.
Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviners. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is?
Weren't you aware, Herr Forehead?
He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviners ripped up the stage during the first step. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamira, and along with the drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. I missed one of those lines. Lamira and Maki, along with the drummer and bassist, for a total of 5, so he wasn't there. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Right, so if he wasn't there, then the trigger probably was in the piano. And he was probably setting up something somewhere else. Lamira and the defendant, Machi Tobae, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviners were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Skye, mind you. And Apollo. You heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lamira herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking.
But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lamira was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well, of course. If we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections...
Uh-oh, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now... but Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamira might have been lying to protect Maki. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday, in the detention center? I'm not doing the flashback. Maki was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath.
Very well, the court finds the defendant... what was his name again?
Your Honor?
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or... Mr. Justice?
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness.
Exactly who else do you need to hear from?
A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English.
You don't mean...
I do. The defense calls the defendant Maki Tobae to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English.
We'll use an interpreter.
Interpreter?
I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as I love you and where is the toilet. The defense would like to request Lamira as the interpreter.
Lamira? But there's the possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual.
Haha, bravo, Herr Boarhead.
Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamira lies, I'll be able to tell.
Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Well, if both the prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamira to the witness stand.
I suppose there is a first for time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name, to begin with, if you would, Lamira? Yes. He says Maki Tobae, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really need an interpretation of that message in particular.
So far, so good.
Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
Huh? If I would what, Your Honor?
Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far ahead yet. Apollo, aren't you going to ask him what he was going to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak.
Yes, Lemira?
Just now, Maki said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Maki wants to testify about something? What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please. This suspense is killing me. What? What? What?
Well, Lemira?
According to Maki, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is a vital testimony. Lemira? Maki? Please testify to the court.
Very well. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. But if killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof now. By proof? Why, he would only have to ask Lemira to know the meaning of that song. Lemira, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lemira might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay. No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is true, Trucy, but... I do, but... What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Something's hidden in that testimony. Nope, this is the loop around text. Okay. It's time to perceive. Can I see his hand? No. I saw it.
Gotcha!
Maki, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her at the very moment Lemira said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Beep boop boop beep beep. Beep boop bop beep boop. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Maki says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name of for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then let me explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Burgundian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun a report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Maki is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there was a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Maki? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Maki. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. Beep beep bop!
What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes.
Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in the police questioning. I read the full report myself.
So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard about them was in the courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself.
Maki says... He says...
Yes?
It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard the lyrics from me. What?
Is this true, Lemira?
Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself.
Then it looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes.
No, no! I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away.
Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep cross-examining, I better get an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well. Witness?
I understand.
Oh, I can go over to her now. Okay. Well, I know what to do now. There it is.
Lemira, I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there was little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lemira, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lemira, you're protecting... Lemira, you are protecting Maki. That's why you lied and told us you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Maki, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemira lying on your behalf. If this is gonna work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Oh, he screamed in English this time.
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What?
First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lemira? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness holding?
This is last. Maki, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So, you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager on floor. Which would be after shooting, right? Then there was voice. Voice? Our voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Maki went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And then we came into the door. Panel high up, I take off, run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through the air vent. Ahaha, as the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he's clearly denied that he did it. No shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter.
Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? There's nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is.
No, begone flashback, banish.
Man, I'm feeling a lot more awake now, I must say. That cocoon has something to do with this. Maki, please, tell us the truth, for your own sake. No, no more speak, not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Hair Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed.
Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe, no shooting. Maki claims Mr. Latouche was already shot down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear a revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead and then you heard gunshots? That's true. So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shouts? And you escaped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you mean you know? I know if by opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh, yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. Magician, huh? Well, at least we are clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Maki? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon.
No! Beyond flashback. Banish.
Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan? If Maki won't testify about it, we'll just have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk.
Very well. So, will he testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
What?
Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn this case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
A different angle?
If Maki won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lemira.
Lemira?
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lemira's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lemira was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Lemira dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
What?
I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would anyone be out to kill Lemira? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could have done that? Like, who could that have been?
You don't think...
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lemira's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly.
If Lemira was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some.
What? That's a weird line.
Huh. The court will hear Lemira's testimony once more. Lemira, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak.
You need not apologize. I know that Maki is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots in the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darien Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed, and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet, everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said is to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lemira was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness.
Let's see. Darien Crescent? I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that it's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. Did you happen to hear anything else at the time? Anything else? Anything else besides the victim and the shooter's conversation? Anything at all? That's quite the vague question. Other than the conversation, I heard the clock ticking, the two men breathing, footsteps. That is all. Nothing new there, as suspected. I was hoping for a little more than that.
Perhaps we should carry on with the cross-examination.
As you wish. Wait, but she didn't hear the music blasting. That's notable. She didn't hear the music blasting. Fine. Huh. Okay, why were you in a hurry? How about that? You were in a hurry? To go where? I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said. Why were you in such a hurry then? Well, I do not think that has anything to do with this case. It very well might. Please answer the question.
Are you alright, Lemira?
Yes, I'm just tired. Recall what I told you yesterday, Herr Forehead. Lemira suffers some serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. What? So we can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, yeah?
The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with your cross-examination.
Lemira was attacked because of this testimony. I know she was, so something's got to be hidden here. Maybe there's some detail we're missing. I guess we'll just have to get her to fill in with the blanks. Right. Okay, well, maybe we try the other thing in this press. Lemira, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Darien Crescent.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch. Now.
Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche?
I thought it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this?
Sure. I'd be delighted. It's, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? Do I have to press this, or do I have to present the switch? I don't know. Or press it first, since that's a safer option. And it was Detective Darien Crescent's voice? Yes, I'm sure of it.
It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Latouche?
Apollo! The murder weapon, the revolver, was Mr. Latouche's, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said, press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger. No, definitely not. Because his English isn't so good. Darien Crescent is a native speaker. Oh right. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was what. Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it?
Was there no one else in the room?
I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Latouche and the detective. I think I have to present the earpiece, right? Nope. That's unfortunate. In that case, I'll present the trigger. Yeah, I should have just gone with my gut. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here.
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The stage?
Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there, on the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Lemira heard was of someone commanding another person to press the switch?
It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, Herr Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility.
Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemira's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviners were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Herr Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed the shout.
Excuse me?
You heard what I said, or do you really need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you would like some evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message of someone on stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why's that?
What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone thing they invented while I wasn't looking?
No, this is a type of transmitter, a communications device.
Communications device?
From what I've heard, that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members.
We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait. Those sent out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lemira said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far. But the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be.
So when Lemira heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
You're claiming this is the switching question? Why did it have to be on stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. Yes, we do. It has the range of 30 meters, about. Or 30 feet, sorry.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it.
I was sure this was the way to go with this.
Wait, what is this switch, anyway? We don't even know that basic fact.
Wait a second. I do know what the switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch...
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what the switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is?
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That's... that.
That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones?
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
Igniter? You mean like it's a lighter?
Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you.
Oh, yow! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Sorry, that was a little bit more fire than I expected.
And my whiskers had caught on fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware that such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it from Borginia, from Lemira. He said that sound was amazing. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it's just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Hair, forehead. Yes? Don't tell me that you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice, heard by Lemira, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught on fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? That seems pretty simple to me.
Hair, forehead, don't destroy what little respect I had for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
Ah, that's right, of course.
The guitar caught fire during... Okay, well, I guess it's gonna auto-go. The guitar caught fire during Lemira's song. Yeah, indeed. Yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, the story makes no sense.
Are you sure about that?
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's all at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
What's this?
But Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to this testimony, Maki was in the dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting.
This is insane.
Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What?
Order, order, order. But that goes against the evidence.
What does, Your Honor?
The crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes?
Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way.
Huh?
Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of that day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the good person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics.
You're saying that the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin?
If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet Herr Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooter came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was just a ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way.
Order! 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 That would explain this most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good. I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Herr Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemira have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lemira's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch, and near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be a coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemira heard the voice?
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove, and only one thing, and one thing only. Lemira heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how is Lemira able to hear the voice? It's while she was crawling through the vents for the magic trick, of course. When we investigate the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you're making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. As I was saying, Lemira could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this?
Aha, you do amuse me so. And here I thought you and your good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and your good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Herr Forehead? Lemira clearly stated that she heard the voice through that small window. And there's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is?
I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lemira heard the voice from another location? Mr. Justice, show us this location, where this location was.
Lemira heard the voice from here. Do I put it on this one, or do I do the other one? I'll say the other one. This is where Lemira heard that voice from.
But that's no small window, that's the air vent.
What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So, Lemira was up in the ventilation system, listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Herr Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lemira be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lemira? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. Ah. The problem here is words. Lemira, this small window through which you heard the voice, was high up on the ceiling of the room. Was it high up on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What?
Order, order! I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact I was. I am so sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure I can't.
May I remind you that this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Bound to secrecy?
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. In detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, Herr Judge? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was above that ceiling for a reason. I just had to get it out of her.
Okay, well, it's obviously for the magic trick, but I need to know which of these things I need to talk about.
Do I have any evidence I would present here? Not really, no. Exactly who bound you to secrecy? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is all right. It is just a name after all. It was Valant Gramarye. Perhaps you know him?
Valant Gramarye? What?
You mean Uncle Valant?
What? Valant Gramarye? Who's Valant Gramarye?
A Grand Magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lemira was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? You heard the gunshots during the second set, during your performance. You're quite sure? Yes. Why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Maki was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling. She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do? We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she is bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. But how are you going to do that? She was singing on stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up in the ceiling. Up above the ceiling, too. Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. And maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Do I have to present the layout of the stage? No. What do I present? I know what this is, but I don't know how to say it. Oh, how about this? We'll press this. So, without a word, you just let the third set start? After the curtains closed for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. What's the little point in badgering the witness? What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lemira to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. Do I show the video, perhaps? Yep, the video. Got it. Lemira, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. As we can see, Lemira was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Ah! Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lemira is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! What, Druzy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice.
This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Aha!
He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at this cross-section of the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear. It goes from stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum.
Ah! Ah!
Recall Lemira's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There's something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
She went from stage to backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling.
Lemira knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Maki told me something. I know. I know if I open vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal the details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lemira to secrecy. Well, Lemira? I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Maki was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that. but I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
That's a good question.
Can a witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well, Mr. Justice.
Yes.
It's all up to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how Lemira was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Why do I get picked on? It's Lemira who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
This is one of the dumbest plot points, I must say. The secret you made with the magician does not take priority over, the law. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens.
I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lemira is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician, after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Really? It was supposed to take 2 minutes? That's terrible. Everyone would know what happened. Alright.
Hold it!
2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true, but...
So, you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lemira disappeared on the video for 20 seconds. But she says that she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I bet the answer's right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony?
Evidence explained the discrepancy. What would it be? I'm gonna watch the video. What was the original plan for the choreography here? If that was supposed to take 2 minutes. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony. I don't know. I mean, Trucy said it's probably in the video, so why don't we do that?
Aha, so this is it. The magical key to unlocking the illusion's dark secret. Tell us how it works, quickly. I can't bear the suspense.
I was kinda hoping someone else would jump in at this point. Well, you see.
Herr Judge, I do hate to spoil the mood,
But I haven't the faintest idea what he's talking about, and neither does he. I'm a little confused too there, Apollo. Right, by which I conclude that I was wrong. Better luck next time, Pollywog.
Mr. Justice, I'm holding you responsible for spoiling my mood.
Was that a tear I just saw in the judge's eye? I should probably save since I'm about to die. Alright, nothing to do but rethink this. The key's somewhere in the video, I'm sure of it. But I can't present the video itself. Oh, I hit the wrong button. What would it be? What would cut down a travel time of 2 minutes to 20 seconds? Huh. Oh, wrong button. I mean, she isn't saying that this little route that right here takes 20 minutes, is she? There's no way. I mean, I guess lowering and down the lift and going up the other one might take a lot of time, but that definitely does seem like something you could do in 20 seconds. We'll try it. I don't have anything better to present. Nope, not it. How did you proceed along this route? How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lemira. You rode some kind of vehicle.
What? A vehicle? What vehicle?
Ah, what a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Ha ha, yes. Laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That fence was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. If it wasn't a vehicle, what was it?
You had me going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part?
Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not all. Only the few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So, not that many people knew about the trick.
What were these stagehands required to do?
One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there... So, when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Valant for you, the old grammary touch.
But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. Ugh. How is that possible?
That's the part I don't get either. Haha, yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. And it was Darian's voice you heard? Yes, I am certain it was him. A matter best left for later, yeah? Put that forehead of yours to work on this little illusion first. Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you?
Importance Mortens, objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion.
No use trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo. Trying to avoid the problem? This is a murder trial. The killer is the problem. The contradiction between Lemira's testimony and the video. Unraveling an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo, I'm not telling. Not even... no... Okay, let's see. What evidence do I have for how she traveled so fast? It's not the brooch, is it? I guess the brooch is the only thing that it could be, huh? Okay. Nope, wrong button. Twice in a row. Lemira, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Aha, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, Your Honor.
And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought we had already determined that was when that was dropped.
So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Oh, did she lose it in the video? I didn't even notice. Dang. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch.
So she is.
Let's take a look a bit later.
What? The brooch, it's gone!
What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lemira we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lemira we see after are two different people.
What? What?
The brooch was found on the floor of the crime scene. Not just the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lemira, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin!
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right. There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lemira was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lemira?
Why, the man behind the illusion, Valant Gramarye. It was Gramarye. That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on stage. That's right. But this, fake Lemira is still singing. And she's pretty good.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
Haha.
The Gaviners aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemira. Very well.
Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony.
I had to keep singing, even while I moved. Oh? You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is the same darkness? Because your diaphragm. That's why. I imagine it's quite hard to sing whenever you're hunched over, running through a vent. Or walking through a vent, I suppose.
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right. Why wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing over their heads, after all. That is right.
Are you sure?
You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know he means. I know he means that old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real time. Oh wait, no, wait. I was tricked. I got so into the flow I started reading a flashback. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lemira singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lemira singing over the speaker.
Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice.
Ah. Lemira? I've just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was at the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice.
Forehead.
Take that mixing board I lent you. Where is it? The mixing? Huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. Well, I guess now I know why that part of that song seems weird. I noticed that previously, how that one bit doesn't quite line up. I thought it was just a weird artistic choice. The song does stop there.
It does? I must have missed it.
Look at the lyric sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again.
This is evidence indeed. I believe we are all guilty of making a terrible mistake.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lemira's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescent would have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet, one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Herr Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lemira's testimony.
Yes? Is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man? You don't mean...
Yes. Though he's a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take to the stand. I see no other way.
As someone with a new perspective on the case?
As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice.
This is as good a time as any for a pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, the court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Oh man, look at that. It's time for the final stretch of this trial. We are getting a lot done today. And it's nice to see that I fought through the barrier of drowsiness that was holding me back earlier. I feel like I could stay up probably for like the next 12 hours at least at this point. But we won't do that, of course. We'll stop when we're done with this trial. You know, I notice the clock in this game is still wrong. Like whenever I save. I don't know why it's doing that. I notice. Like every oh, I hit the wrong button. Darn it. Okay, well, let's go back in the game. Yeah, it says it's 2. It most certainly is not. But I suppose none of my devices like getting my time correctly for some reason. They always think I'm living... Okay, every time I have some, like, internet thing that auto-tracks my, like, position in the world, every single time it says I'm somewhere in Washington, like the state, on the west coast of the United States. Usually Seattle, sometimes somewhere else, but it always says I'm there when I'm not. Now, I don't think the time in Seattle is 2, so I don't know where it thinks I am right now, but it just never works. It's very unfortunate. I don't know, maybe it's because I live in the middle of nowhere. Apollo, I can't believe... Oh, Apollo, I can't believe it. Has it really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamira's performance? Well, the reason why she was in the air vent, and that switch in the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Ah, Daddy! Mr. Wright. You believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought then make a cooler entrance, then say hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been come to the office at all. Ah, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one more thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machitabai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darien Crescent. It won't be easy proving what he did. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch. A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like a butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look very good snacking, like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. That's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. Man, I wonder how I'm gonna voice Phoenix in the other games when he's actually, like, peppy again. And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called out at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. He, Darien, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Hair forehead.
Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darien Crescent.
Name and occupation, please? Darien Crescent. Detective. Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us?
Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today?
Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I would not be standing here. The situation changed, Darien. And don't call me partner. Feh. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darien. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the retrial?
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamira's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say at all.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha! Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
So you claim Lamira's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darien. Look, all I'm saying is that you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
Detective Skye? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
He didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamira's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Let's see. Oh, I have all my HP back. Nice. I think I just immediately present the burnt fragments, right? Yeah. Some of the things found at the crime scene after yet. Oh my god, I'm so. Do not start doing this at the end. Come on, finish off strong. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first thing was this small device.
That's the remote-triggered igniter.
Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this?
What, you think Detective Sky works for you?
I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Haha. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So, you're saying that these firecrackers just happened to go off, right when the two witnesses came walking by? Ha! That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one out there to hear it, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look like it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. He may not look like it, partner? Gee, thanks, man. And that reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset. The kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if the headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway. Even if you were out on stage. Feh. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Herr Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of a gunshot. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed. If you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove that the crime took place during the second act?
Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would.
This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof, and fast. Heh, you ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Let's see. I mean, according to this, it's possible, but it's not decisive. It's just a possibility. I mean, isn't it the guitar? Maybe not. This is a tough one. Okay, let's go through one by one. No, 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 no. But this is useful for the third act. No. This gives a possibility of it happening during the second act. No. 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 I don't think so. Yeah, no, definitely not. I think the remote trigger could be it, because it has a range of 30 feet. Let me think. So if it's on stage, it won't trigger the gunpowder, and presumably the gunpowder was there. I think it's the trigger. I was wrong. Okay, what is it then? Is it actually the firecrackers again? Or is it the igniter? It's not the igniter either, huh? Okay. Oh, wrong button. Oh well. But the gunshots heard during the third set could have been... What? Some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. Ah. We need proof, Apollo. We need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set. Well, if you know how to do that, I'm all ears. Maybe the gunshots are the key after all. What do you mean? Well, Lamira said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion when she was up above the ceiling. When she forgot the words to the song, yeah. When she forgot the words to the song, yeah. If you can prove that the gun was shot right when you missed those lyrics, we're home free, I think. True, not easy, but true. Is there some way to prove that? Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there. Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me? Try to refrain from private discussions during our cross-examinations, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. Sorry. Let me take a quick look through the court record. He's pretty eager to paint Lamira as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough, so what do we do? I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he said it did. Okay, I have an idea. If I open up the video, is the mixer still there? No, it's not. How do I start it? There we go. Let's see if we hear the gunshot in this. No, yeah, look at that, you can hear it. It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamira's song. Her song? What exactly is this, device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You mean you move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamira's voice included. Oh-ho! But what does this prove? According to Lamira's testimony, at the moment of the shooting she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous. How are we supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lamira's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Bleh. Then let's get going. Let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now. Lamira's singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamira's vocals. Man, I'm surprised I was there the whole time. I really did not hear that.
I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot.
What? This has to be some kind of mistake.
I believe the case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lemira's testimony was true. Ugh. Order! So, she was telling the truth about what she heard?
No, flashback, begone. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire.
Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second step. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot in the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon?
Lemira was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Latuse's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Ah, once again I am reminded of something.
Our performance that day. Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Hair Forehead.
Bah, begone, flashback. I already know what you're talking about. You're talking about how you missed the beat. It's because he was probably pulling the trigger.
I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that.
Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latuse's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even this... I'm giving him the wrong voice. Dang. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to locate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Oh, I had this completely wrong. I thought he was pulling the trigger to trigger the fireworks during the third set. I guess not. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha, you're forgetting something.
Yes, Detective Crescent?
I am a trained police officer, you know. I have had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latuse, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim.
So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent.
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up already for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You had a little noise on the tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missing due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot the manager. And that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point.
No, he doesn't.
The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the cases so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I've got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latuse had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes, not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great, now I need to find a motive. Okay, listen, if we're arguing about motive, he's basically already caught, okay? I mean, he did write his little thing on the floor and you wiped it out, so you clearly know what it is. So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Fraternize? Ha, I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see... Well, I think you could have known the manager from the little bloodstain. Nope, that's not it. Anyway, since I'm about to die, it's time to save. That's right, we don't want to go back to the last checkpoint. You sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Hair forehead? Perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah? Hahaha. Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using this motive as question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. No, it's not it, but he wrote his number on the ground. Oh, I mean, I guess this happened afterwards. Yeah, okay, that's it. I got too focused on one thing. Okay, what other evidence do we have? Well, the keys. The keys were there, so... It's not entirely impossible. I'm going to present the keys, and I'm probably going to die because of it. But that's fine. Okay, yeah, I got it wrong. We died! Ah, our first loss. Man. Let's see. Her manager, sure, but Mr. Latouche was... Oh, right, sorry. An Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? Not a very good one, seeing how he got wasted. Ha 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 ha! That's cold, dog. Not that it matters, either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he has. But that's the same for Maki. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. Ah, more than I sure did. I mean, think about it. Darian, you're a detective with international affairs? Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latouche's first trip into this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs? That's right. Well, Detective Crescent? That's your game, is it? Well, I guess I'd better confess then. Confess? Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international. See, me and the plane's got a difference of opinions. We don't like each other much. My condolences, Hair Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. Let's just make sure we've pressed everything, because I forgot where I loaded back to. So we'll go ahead and do this. Not wrong button. Okay, yeah, we've pressed everything at this point. mean, it's not the key. Oh, yeah, I'm so... Oh, I'm so forgetful. I forgot about this. This is why. Why did I present the keys instead of this? Your Honor, take a look at this.
And what's that? It looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this?
Looks like a piece of candy.
What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one that color.
It's a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else.
Alright, what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing, Mr. Latouche. Does it?
It does. Wait, I think it does.
You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it's the most efficacious. I'm incredibly embarrassed. This is a very common word. I know how to say the normal version of it, which is efficacy. Efficacious, but I don't know how to say this one. I'm sorry. At treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, well, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community. I feel like this should have been drugs instead of poison. That would have made a lot more sense. Though the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing.
All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. One rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol?
Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So, I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. Totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony. About the smuggling of cocoons business.
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered by them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover.
You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well. You may begin the cross-examination.
That's the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Well, it's for the chief's son. But what do I present it on? But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. What's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. Do I just put this here? No, that's not it. Where do I present this? Because this is obviously what needs to be presented. Also, I need to save. I'm on 1 HP. Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of the sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. But, oh nope, I already pressed this. Okay, well, what about we do this? There we go. Nice. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article. That's about the Chief Justice's...
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon. But so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis.
Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit the victim of the disease this morning.
Aha! Why, that's the disease that Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal.
That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First, I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? That's like the worst defense I could ever hear. Come on, man. Think of literally anything else. Just say no, it wasn't me. That's better.
Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why a seller couldn't hope for a better deal? A very cowardly seller.
Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with Chief Justice? Where's your proof? Well, oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginia Customs barely sleeps, so they're worried about Cocoons getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Let's see. This didn't get checked. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a nope. Shut up. No cuts. No flashback. Begone. Banish. Curse. Exile. Forbidden. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuumed packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right?
Work?
Good memory, Hair Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood, just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact.
An igniter.
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. Ah! Ah! There was a way to get the Cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access like a member of the band? Yeah!
Order! 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 So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems.
It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Ah, Herr Forehead, at last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lemira's ballad? I didn't get to read the whole thing. Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lemira's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ah,
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was get rid of it, the whole lot of it. It's over. Press the switch, now. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latouche died, with Lemira there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man.
Detective Crescent.
I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. Feh, the Republic of Orginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there.
True, you haven't.
Ha, let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Borganian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice that was clear from the start. The voice Lemira heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it, the coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say, then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make your answer up on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. I should save, just in case, even though I'm absolutely confident who it is, but it's only 99%. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
It was the child. There's only one person who meets all the requirements for the accomplice, and that the person is the defendant, Machi Tobae.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client.
A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. It's a different crime, bud. I'm not here to, save him from smuggling cocoons. I'm here to save him from murder. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I am. But I'm here to defend him on the murder of Mr. Latouche, and I stand by my statement earlier, that he is innocent on that particular crime. Why do you think we call people not guilty at the end of a trial not innocent? It's because they're not guilty of one crime, not others.
Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lemira?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is the electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals?
Recall this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemira was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's take a look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemira could have done the deed.
No. When the shooters made the transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lemira stand-in were in the air. They were on the tower, which happened to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemira's position in the air vent.
Ah,
Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that?
Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Oh, they didn't make a 3D model for the child, I noticed. Did the inside of his guitar just flash? It did. I didn't even notice that before. Dang. It starts burning right there. Ah ha ha ha. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't in what you see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist, to set off that igniter? That right? Yes? Well, in order to do that, we'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? Yep. I saw it, and I heard it. Just, let's finish the cutscene real quick.
What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine.
And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Ah. Yeah, that's how he's supposed to hit that switch. How is he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? If you've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drum... you've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. Well, the only one who could have with her hands free was the Diva. And Lemira. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping me out if they couldn't even press a switch. But he could hit the switch. The switch was in the piano. The piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch.
Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire.
Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just...
Strange.
What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. Odd?
Mr. Justice, if Maki Tobai didn't press that switch, then he could not have been the accomplice you claim he is.
But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. Apollo, listen. Tell them that you got the switch out of the piano. Or use the mixer. Either of those work. Do it. That's all you have to do and you win. You got the facts wrong, man. Here are some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. one hole specifically that can be easily disproven. Everything else is rock solid. But don't listen to that, because I'm the one speaking last, and I have charisma. Kind of.
Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Maki Tobai the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now?
Shut up, flashback. Begone. Banish.
It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd?
Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove Machi Tobai pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi Tobai pressed that switch?
How many times is he going to repeat that? Dang. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible.
Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Herr Forehead, you're sure about this?
Ha, accept it. There's no evidence, man.
Let's see your evidence,